Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Anybody, everybody, or whatever time of day it is, whenever you're hearing this, if ever. If not, I guess I'm talking into the wind. Yay. Good for me. I said yesterday I wasn't going to do this today, but while sitting here grinding away at stuff today, I said might as well put this online. Maybe somebody will find a helpful how-to, or I'll go back and listen to it myself and get busy on my to-do lists. I've been sitting around for like a month and a half. Refresh the page, see if it's live. Do you beware? I live. That's Lucy and Ethel in the thumbnail. Doing the work at the factory. Once upon a time in TV Landia. Had good views on yesterday's. Had two more since I checked it a little while ago. Administration, keeping up with stuff. You're supposed to go to doing the admin. We'll start there in the log. Keeping the log, keeping the log, keeping the green log. It's green because it's electronic. Still having trouble with my keyboard. Not activating keys. Anyway, it's green because it's electronic. It will never be printered if electronic can be considered green. Computer's on anyway. It doesn't use any more power. Checking. I'm making fun of the Green Mile. Walking a mile, walking a mile, walking the green mile. Tired, boss. Dog tired. Definitely that today. We'll get to it. It's on our to-do list. Checking the analytics. Don't know how to spell it. Analytics. Got it right. And other when you log. See, the L is not responding. Might slap this keyboard in a minute. When you log in, stuff. Just me slash us. We are many right now. So I got to keep babbling my mouth while my finger mouths run too. That's how that goes. Narrate. What are you doing on this Vidya game of yours? Well, I had to click on the other window. And then I had to do the secret thing. Get out the menu. Navigate to view your channel. I thought. No. Go to your videos. From navigate to your channel. That brings you up your studio. Then you go to your dashboard. Hello, dashboard. And then you do print screen. And grab the whole wide screen. Get ready for it. Just sing a song. Ba-doom. Thank you, song. Did you notice? I noticed. On the other screen, it says that there was 12 views. 12 views. Then when you come to this screen, it says 9 views. What is absolutely correct about it? I don't know. Whatever YouTube says. on whichever screen you like the stats better, I guess. Make you feel all warm and fuzzy. Count the numbers. Think in your mind, this is not going up. 161. I guess that's averages over the last 20 days or totals. 1.6 thousand views is probably pretty good. I didn't check it yesterday. Checking the green numbers. Might be under content. Videos. Number 11 of 12, Horses and People Clinic. 3 short of 100. Everybody clicky the thing. Somebody clicky the likes. Even though I should not complain. 1% or like 54. I got 1 like. That's 2%. Those are the biggest numbers ever in terms of people who will bother to tap or click the thumb button on your video. Even their heroes, people with millions and millions of followers, get 10 million views on their video and have 6,000 likes. Hey everybody, internets, YouTubers, viewers, get signed in, put a thumb on people's stuff. These two are growing very rapidly. Number 5 and number 4. Getting good numbers. Look at that one. 5 likes. Not, I didn't like my own videos. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that or not. And YouTube will not tell the content creator, the uploader, who did such a thing like put a thumb so that you can go on other social medias. It tells you who done it, and you could call them out by name and say, wow, thank you. Not the tube. I guess if you want to be yapped at before I get too big to pay attention anymore. Mwahaha. Go throw a comment in there and say, me. I'll know what you meant. Wow, look at that one. Oh, that's not the horse video. That one hasn't had so many growth numbers. Again, just a little under 1%. Thumbs, can't complain about that. It's not got any ratio. Somebody, of course, had to get up there and put the thumb down, probably because it has G words, or maybe it's one of my competitors who just doesn't like me because they think I do things the way I do or whatever, because I have some kind of accumulation of, well, my students like me better or say better things about me or some junk. I don't. I don't care. If you don't get your G word training with me, get it somewhere. 5,000 views on that one. 5062. Thank you, viewers. 10 comments. That includes my answers. Dislikes, of course. That one's got a lot of bad. 1 thumb down on the poor, working, grinding, song people. Oh well, can't help it. I don't know if these numbers are growing or not. For some reason, recently, Blackjack's videos are getting a few more views. Probably because I have other content and people said that the horse stuff, probably. Oh, look, here's some other stuff. I still haven't got my written stuff and things submitted for try to have the copyright on the jacks. Don't know if I'm going to. Or the guy that originally had it. Maybe. Can't find it at the copyright office. And we'll say 10 even. Takes a few minutes. Everything about doing live streaming stuff takes a few minutes. Got my eyes on everything. The eyes got to keep moving. You're a shark in an ocean of two screens. One of them's a teeny little laptop screen. Moving on to Easter eggs. If you're offended by Easter, and that's what people call things like secrets in video games. I guess I apologize. I don't know the better, safer word. I guess. Like that. Which we must always, whenever you hear eggs, you must always say jeg jokes. I'm going to tell you why in just a second. Without looking it up and giving the proper reference. Um, shoot. I thought I put it in the description. I did not. Now we're going to go and find the letter. Easter egg. I click the link at 14:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Let's put it in the notes. We'll put 2:15 p.m. / 14:15 hours for us the dot mill set. Eastern Daylight Time. I found, not found, I found an Easter egg. I'm already getting myself thoroughly distracted. Run off on tangents. I got on here to do something. I may have seen this before. I won't know. I have a bad feeling that I have seen this before. And because it's really just a thing I do. Unless I'm absolutely super sure that there isn't something in there that might interest me. I leave the CCs on, or if they block something I want to see on the screen. Yep, I guess that has to stay here. I don't want to put it in the description. And this yippee yappy, I don't think is even on my checklist. Nope, not on my checklist.
Hello.
Howdy, sir. I'm
Hey.
going over Easter eggs.
Oh, okay.
I found, because I just leave the CCs on, in a Regina Spektor video, there is a poem in the first like 4 to 5 seconds of the thing. The music, the song, the video. And no other CCs.
I don't think I'm gonna be on with you today, and I'm not feeling good right this second.
Will feel better, sir.
I will. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man.
If I come back on and I'm feeling better, I'll hop on
Cool.
if you're on. Bye.
I will be on for a while.
Okay.
All right. And then he was gone. Who was that mess man? That was George. The story must go on. So keep listening, my son. And believe you me, I don't do any justice to the poetry, the singing, or the easy on the eyes Miss Regina Spektor. Everybody go listen to a space-time fairy tale. And I'm taking care of the poem because I don't believe these are lyrics in the song. This is some neat artistic thing they did in their CCs. The story must go on. So keep listening, my son. And if you get too tired, just build a little fire. The pages, they may burn, but words can just return. Uh-oh. Wife calling. Hold the line, please. And then I was back. Minimize that one. I don't remember where I was in the poem. 17:05. Back. Easter egg. Okay. Pages burn, but words return. Just watch the flames and you will learn. Pages burn, but words return. Just watch the flames and you will learn. You will learn, you will learn, you will learn, you will learn. What a lovely poem hidden in there. The reason it's called Jake Jokes, I'm not going to look him up. The wife who just called used to watch a cooking show with, I believe, a Spanish guy. Can't remember his name. And every time he would talk about egg yolks, he would say, let me highlight it, let me zoom it, Jake Jokes. So, of course, we picked it up. We still say it to this day. It's been like 25 years. I don't want to run off down too many tangent slash rabbit holes. Follow my leaders, all that other stuff. Spanish chef cooking show. That's him. Jose Andres. I'm pretty sure. Google search him. Yep, that's the guy. He has a very royal nose, I think you would call it. He could be a Caesar, a Tassar, a Kaiser, a Caesar. He has great cooking stuff. He used to be available for free on the public broadcasting system. Only had a couple of. This was really supposed to be all about the grind. Feeling good or not, if you're available and not asleep, could use the viewer and the listener, George. What does the homepage say? It says, no viewers. He must really not feel good. Please feel better, sir. Yesterday. All right. Before I get into that, let's get into the checklist. Off target. I told myself, don't get distracted. Stick to what you had put. The grind. Living la vida loca. Living la vida loca. I thought I was being funny, but whatever. The checklist. Off target. I got to get this stuff off my chest. Go down to the bottom of the description. Listen to the lovely Regina Spektor. Lovely in every way. Now, there is a link in the description. And then you will understand why I say you are a guest here now. Whenever these things happen. Okay. Then I got to get back in the trench. I'm talking about Star Wars, the only one, 1977, A New Hope. Elizabeth is on. Type in the chat. Hello, E. Wonder how much lag time is between chat time and voice time. I'll figure it out someday. It's part of what's in the list. Anyway, E, I had just got into Elizabeth. Some stuff I have to get off my chest. If you didn't hear it, maybe I'll put the link in the chat. Go listen to this song. I had posted it many times and given myself a demerit because I always have to, in the good old days of some other social media platform, I had a rule for myself. And you got to follow rules. Don't use the same song on your main timeline slash page slash wall, whatever they call it. Always try to find something different. Even if you really, really, really want to use that one, well, find something different, even if it's unrelated. Just 'cause. Especially if it's somebody that, like a real struggling artiste who really tried hard and uploaded a video somewhere. Share it. Or an audio on one of the audio sharing services. And then put what you really want to put. Every time innocence is lost, sometimes it affects me more than others. The little cutie pie in Florida who got the gap from the next door neighbor had her little swim goggles on in her last known picture. And I can't remember the name, the date, the years. It's probably been, it happened during COVID. 4 to 5 years now. COVID's been around a minute. My jaw just cracked again. Today's been a really bad jaw day. If you heard that loud crack, pop, I apologize, I guess. I don't know. It's just something in my noggin. You are a guest here now. They are all guests in my noggin. The innocents, including. Well, that was a long tangent. I got it in the thing. To mark myself working on the list. Back from the Easter egg. 24, 26 to the pre-list checklist in stop messing around. See, it says I should put the G on there. Thanks, spell checker. Two things, not in order. One is a local guy, North Carolina. Oh, you'll have to go back and listen to my previous streams. Nope, I didn't go listen. Or live shows. In all of the training, especially the self-defense, security, law enforcement, everything. Except very different and exclusionary training for the special guys that, and gals, I guess, that do our dot mill stuff. For all the rest of us that aren't going to go fly away overseas and worry about things like that, you need to ask yourself in everything you do, in every day, in every way, is that really worth? And if I have to edit it later, YouTube, let me know. I'm getting very frustrated with this hiding languages. Everything you do in every single way. Do you really want to kill or die or worse over that? Make it loud. Make it that. Like that. 2 syllables. Do you really, really want to? Is it worth it? In this particular case, it's running your store and some stuff. And it's a two-way street. It is always, always, always a yin-yang thing. I already said it once. I won't say it again. I apologize to Tube Tube. Do you really want to? Not Boy George. Ha ha ha. George got you. Hurt me. Make me cry. Okay, yes, Boy George. KIA or DOA or worse over that. We're talking about the NC guy. Um, KNIFED. A maybe slash maybe not accused shoplifter. I was very aware of it. It got asked of me in many ways back in the day, just like we discussed in probably yesterday and the day before streams. And I'm not going to spend much there. I'm trying to do grind stuff today. Please go back and listen to them. Listen all the way through, you'll hear. In several now. Building owners, private property managers, shopkeepers, whatever the heck you are in this world. What is your written plan? Write yourself a plan. This is what I'm supposed to be getting to today. Once I get back on target, some of the frustrations. Documentation. All caps letters. Write the rules. Get a written plan. A check came in. Dave has a sign inside his gate that says, "Nothing in here is worth dying for." It is 24/7 armed guards. I lived that way for many years, and I worked with armed guards. Worked even with huge gangs to learn to ask that question. Yeah, I ask it a lot harder. Is it worth? And go back, see the previous ones. We talked about it in the horse stuff, about horse safety. Christopher Reeve, artist formerly known as Superman. And I know he did a lot of other movies, but that's what he is famous for. Or the now ripped or sparkling throughout our entire universe and controlling us totally. Stephen Hawking. Do you want to live that way? Or know that you caused somebody else to live that way? Think about it serious. Because and I did put a link The link is below in the description, but I'm going to pull it up on this screen. And this is not really one of those, you are a guest here now. This is one of those, other than the name Taz of the store, which makes me giggle because I think Tazmar Devil. And yep, I use just my local news source, North Carolina, WRAL. I can't pronounce his first name, so I'm not going to try to mangle it. He was sentenced 5 to 7 years in prison on Thursday to end a high-profile trial that started with a fatal stabbing at his downtown Raleigh convenience store. The link is in the description. You can go read it if you want to. Here's the short version. He owned a store. He accused, and is there a bad guy here? I don't know. I usually complain that they shouldn't say things like this, but it is tried by a jury of his peers, convicted, sentenced, or pled guilty. I don't know what he did. I don't care. Means nothing to me. It's too late now. Mark Garrity. And that's all I'm going to get with that. I showed it on the screen. I put the link up on there. The link is in the description. Please go view it. I said the names the best I could. And then I move on to accused shoplifter. He he said he was trying to theft a Gatorade, even in a North Raleigh convenience store. That at its most, at its worst, at its absolute impossible price. Let's say it was $5. You want the red stuff that leaks out of people on your hands over a $5 bill? Taz, everybody else who's not already incarcerated for 4 to 5 years. I'm sure it hurts lots of people's families, friends, other people's sense of justice. uh, the wait, you KIA'd a guy and you're just gonna get 4 years? Out in 2.5, maybe? And then some additional community service? And it shocks people's senses and sensibilities. And let me say this. No, I'm not going to say anything. See my icon up in the top left. I'm a true believer. Yin, yang, and the art of these things. I know. It might be sort of cryptic in my log notebook. You'll see later in the list. If any of you don't like it, you could sure help. Just a dude standing on the corner of the internet with a little hat out. See the link up in my bio thing, my about stuff, and nothing else. Playing these little songs, saying these silly little poems that sound like running my mouth. But I think it's important, and I feel like I need to get it off my chest. Again, how many times we got to repeat a thing? As many as it takes. Why will it never get completely off my chest? 'Cause some ding-danging fool's gonna go do a thing. The same thing that some other ding-danger fool did yesterday. 'Cause it doesn't matter how much I scream this into the wind, ain't no one gonna steal this good idea. Self-assess and get some written instructions down before you start doing stuff. If you have to, write yourself some instructions. I'm going to work as a convenience store clerk owner. What am I going to do if I think, right or wrong, that somebody's running off with a bottle of drink, non-alcoholic, am I going to engage them and try to grab them in violation of all the rules and everything else and the laws? And what does your insurance company say about it? And never mind, do you have any morals at all? I don't know. I don't know where Taz is from. He has a very unique name. Maybe he's from one of those places where they de-hand thieves. Maybe he has relatives from one of those places. Maybe he says cowboy sayings like I often have been quoted. I've written. Might have got me kicked off my other thing, even though I tried to disqualify it and disclaim it and say, hey, this is just something I say, and it's sort of a half joke and not a half joke. If I lived in a better time, it would be okay for me to say it and mean it. I, of course, don't mean it today. Ready? Everything I have, I paid for with blood, sweat, and tears. If you want it, you're going to pay that exact same price plus a markup. And that's just tough guy talk. I've been working on that phrase, trying to figure out how to put it in my cowboy movie that I haven't written the full script for yet, or my space opera. It's just garbage. It's tough guy talk. If I dared to run a store, I had several. It was written in the policies. What do we do about shoplifters? Hold the door for them. Tell them if they ever come back again, ever, we'll call the coppers. And probably pepper spray you and all kinds of other things. On accident. Just kidding. In a video game. Because I have over a silly little thing. Let me just get on target. Stay on target. Don't ramble. Take the pain. The pain in my face, in my jaw, causes me to ramble worse than I already do. Running your store, working in your store, working in your coal mines. I don't care what you do. Ask yourself, what I want to do is get up there and get that dude on the stand and or depositions that get broadcast all over the earth to all you shop workers everywhere. So that you should be required, if you're going to get a license or permit to do the business of whatever, you must watch this really horrifying. Do they have cameras in that store? I want to see it. And then I want to do an interview with the guy, Taz. And I mean, I want it out there. And everybody understand, please. Universe, hear me and make this so. I would break him. I would interview him and have him snot in tears because I would demand to know in vivid. And, sir, you get no Fifth Amendment. You already are guilty. There's nothing you can do to say that can be further brought against you. But this is for the good of all other Americans, where we're free to have a store that somebody might shoplift a daggone Gatorade from. Well, that young person, I think the article said he was 24 or 27, very young, just a baby, unalived. Unalive doesn't happen instant with a edged weapon. And what might take as little as 4 seconds. It doesn't. It takes a lot longer to lose all your sangrias and unalive because of it, or suffocate in a full of red liquid lung that kind of thing. When takes approximately 45 to 75 seconds if you properly sever the main column and get that edged thing up into parts of the gray matter for approximately 75 seconds. And I know this because I read a book called The Nazi Doctors. The electrical activity in a human brain continues over a minute. Having been face to face with silly games like this fictionally, I know it's called time distortion or time compression or time expansion. Time loses all its meaning under high stress. If that young person, unalived by edged weapon, for that to have happened, that means they had to be touching close to each other. How did his breath smell as he went away from this place? Did he have anything to say? Did he cry? Did he gurgle? I'm sorry, everybody. I should have said warnings, warnings, warnings. Warnings, warnings, warnings. I mean, I want to sit down with Taz and have a real serious, and let's put it on PBS Frontline, and they'll have to bleep it and blubber it and what else, and put it on a you must be age verified to watch these YouTubes for the good of all that evers. And I said it's a yin yang thing. Because now in hindsight, and he gave an apology and he didn't make any wafflings or excuses to the family. That young person, that other person, I know how this goes. And everybody that's been in any of my classes knows that this is how it goes. You don't go home or go to jail or go to court and plead guilty or get found guilty and say, man, I hate when those kind of things happen. Anybody want to go grab a cheeseburger? See the song below. The lovely Regina Spektor, especially when you were directly involved. They are a guest here now. Go see the movie Heat. Al Pacino says he has nightmares in his character in the movie. And he can't let him go. All those 8-ball hemorrhage eyes and everything else staring at him over the table. Because that's what keeps him moving and passionate. And it doesn't matter. Whoever wrote the movie, they did a great job. 10 out of 10. Heat is awesome. And includes Natalie Portman. Again, underaged. Don't anybody say anything about her. But that's where that comes from. Somebody who has an idea that, especially in Los Angeles policing, you really want to go see the hollowed out ones and see what ended up because I know these things. The living nightmares of what started to cause the destiny of things between me and a S-star X cop in Harnett County that led to him threatening my life and my livelihood. And thanks to George, I found out the other day there's no statute of limitation on all those felonies, Wayne Coates. Anyway, all this because the headline popped. Yin and yang in the art of these things. Store owners, ask yourself something. Oh, it's so difficult. Stay on target. 44. 44. Heartbreaker. Week of 44. Go see the Rolling Stones song. Right through the heart. A case of mistaken identity. And it left Mick Jagger wanting to tear your world apart. 44, 44. Yin Yang and the art of two sides to this argument, and coins, and events, and destiny, and destiny. What do you call the plan? Why do these things happen? If you're Judeo-Christian, you say, because it's all a part of his plan. Or so that mayhaps we can learn from other people's mistakes. Repeat, not even the appearance of impropriety. When you go to your local convenience store, oh gosh, suddenly, if anybody jumps on, if you see more viewers currently watching, Elizabeth, tell them I'll be right back. Emergency run. Something got tingly. Okay, I am back. Thanks for covering, Elizabeth. That's why I said in the email, man, we got to get you an earbud or a set of phones that works with your type of computer or something. A headset. Something. So we can get you up here in the Discord so you can sing through the breaks. George checked in and said he didn't feel well today, so he was checking back out. And I really wasn't going to go this long on these precursor topics. I have much to do, but remember, I keep saying. All right, first let's get back to not even the appearance of impropriety. I said his name and looked it up and showed it on the screen earlier. Everybody can go back to the link in the description. That's how fast it is gone from my mind. I have too much things in my mind. And yes, is it hashtag too soon? Yes. Is it hashtag too late? Yes. If this gets across to one person somewhere ever, if I tell one friend or two friends and they take what I say add to it what is theirs, and put it out another way to one other person, and it helps that other person stay away from a knife fight over a Gatorade. And we did extremely well screaming into our voids like we did. And if I don't, I don't. But I feel compelled to make the effort. And then the chats came in. I have a Mac PowerBook. It worked on Zoom classes. I bought 2 headsets and a mic, but neither has arrived. It's been a month. And now I had a discussion with my wife earlier. I'm not going to bring it back up. We pulled it up yesterday. Our big current, the marketplace, the company store that we all shop at, apparently is suffering under a labor shortage. I'm not going to run off on that tangent. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Elizabeth, you and I discussed it on the other one that I got myself cancel culture from. Everybody take note what I said. It's nobody's fault but mine. It's in the description. I take full responsibility. I probably, if I didn't know better, I should have known better. Talking about things like cops and all the yin and yang in the art of cops being bad guys or overreacting. And what I was getting at, Elizabeth, is I have Discord. Do I log into both? Yes, but if you have your no, you don't have to. I don't do anything in the Discord other than that's what shows the little icons up at the top left of the screen and puts a green around it when you're talking. But you can't do that if you don't have a headset to stop my voice from coming out your speaker and back into your microphone. I saw the Fawley case last night. The lawyers did use not even the appearance of impropriety. I did not read it, but it seems like the relationship, but the case appears dead. Yeah, I saw that it is going to the council, whatever they call that council. I called it the dead case office. And that, yes, her whole office, the whole entire office is off, disqualified. But the appellate court did not dismiss the indictment. It could still go back to the other judge and he could dismiss it based on the appellate court's ruling. I don't know. I read the words. I yapped about that yesterday. Let's get back on. Whenever these events would come up on the other thing, we'd always say, me and Elizabeth, over there in the chat, same old story. We have tried since I don't know when, time immemorial. People not police have tried to explain, our police have qualified limited immunity. They forget the qualified limited stuff. They're immune. Besides, they are law. We all have joked that forever. Especially if they're bad cops. They might be red rumming bad guy cops. Go see the Rampart scandal. And many others. 2012, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, a culture of lawlessness, kidnapping and hiding and shuffling around an FBI agent. If they'll do that to the FBI, Who won't they do it to? Oh, so you can just assume, and we're supposed to say it with such sincerity and everything else, and it's a big stupid joke. You never know when that officer's had a bad day, or they're tired, or they just got done doing CPR on a infant and it failed, and they have a headache, and their wife's divorcing them, and their son kicked them in the gonads because they're, tough guys, father and son, and blah, blah, blah. That's why the cops will mistreat you. No, they'll mistreat you because they're bullies, or whatever. No one ever told them, do you really want to get DOA or KIA, or make somebody so hopeless in this world that 2 years from now they give up all hope and they unalive themselves, no matter what it is. So everybody marching into your convenience store, assume the same thing, that this shopkeeper or whatever store, doesn't matter, the shopkeeper has had an extraordinarily psychotic week and they've had no sleep and somebody did violence to them. So they're all PTSD'd and running around with their hand on their weaponry the way people do. Because without that, they are nothing. And they're going to falsely accuse you of trying to theftify their one and only golden Gatorade. My uncle Hans used to always say about people doing whatever, or punching each other's teeth out, or playing with weapons with each other over some stuff. It was the only whatever I ever loved. And he'd make such a big thing about it. And he has 10, 10x, 10,000x. I don't know how many X's. Worse gallows humor than me. Didn't bother him a bit. He'd been in the army. So don't even give shopkeeper. I don't know if I'm victim shaming or blaming in the case of the guy. I don't remember the details of the case. I don't care. Do whatever you got to do to not get hurt by someone else in this world. If they're just crazy or whatever, you better go, I guess. Man, could trying to buy a Gatorade get you KIA none alive? Slow and hard. Knivies don't do it quickly. And it could be, instead of 70 seconds, that will seem like 70 years in your going out of here. Brain, time, space, continuum, distortion. Mm. Well, that electrical activity that the secular biological studiers say is all that you are. So anyway, go get yourself a defend yourself class as well, because no matter how hard you try, maybe them other eyes looking at you are looking at you with insanity. Maybe they're nuts. C, number two, do your best you can do. If you were trying to sneak out of somebody somewhere with their ding danging bottle of Gatorade, stop it. Think before you go in there. Do you want to gurgle your way off this world over a Gatorade? Now let's go to Ruby Lips. Ruby Lips is a guest here now. And again, I have a conflict. This is a difficulty. For the likes of me, if you can handle adult concepts, I should have put warnings. I apologize. Let me give another warning. A link below at my local one. Why I said Ruby Lips is because a million years ago there was a girl, woman, older than me that was the pitter patter, the beat 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 ha ha ha. Except occasionally I was distracted by her older sister Mary. Mary had a boyfriend who she said had or fiance or whatever he was. They were committed, serious relationship. Dr. R used to say, if you are not nice enough to be nice, be smart enough to be nice. If we all think that, or do you want to be on the front page news for this and think it through? Is a bottle of drink worth unaliving for? Exactly. Or taking someone else's. Like, what if you had snatched the knife out of his hand or bent it back like it happens in the TV and it went into his throat or his chest or all the TV movie stuff? I like a cookie. I like cookie. These are the guests here's now. I had it up on screen and then I accidentally closed it. I was going to use it during my distraction. Downloads from NBC News. This is the teacher that got unalived on the left in Madison, Wisconsin. Aaron West. I left the names in the files. I stole the image from NBC News. But all the newses are using these two images, if not together like this is at NBC, individually on the same page. I give the credit where I got it from. This is Ruby, Rubi, Patricia Vergara. She is a teenage girl that is with us no more. There is something that is incredibly, my mind is screaming out into the rest of my empty body cavities. There's something about a movie or TV star or show or something that dear sweet Miss Aaron West reminds me of. And my mind is trying to say, you know what it is. And the other part of me is saying, no, I can't remember. Yeah, you do. No, I don't. I'm sure all of you have had it before. If you look, set eyes on the many condolences, I can't say the right words. I don't know them. There are none. That's the truth. To either of these families, but particularly from movies and television, or maybe I don't know what is so shockingly. Who does she remind me of or resemble? Anyway, that's why Ruby Lips came up. When I saw the name before I saw pictures, and I'm sorry, I do not mean disrespect. Whenever I see Ruby anything, I think about older sister Mary, who always talked about how kissable her boyfriend, fiance, husband's bright red ruby lips were. And she would make jokes and whatever. And she called him, that was her nickname or love name for him, Ruby Lips. But she always said it long, and she would embarrass him. She'd call him up on the telephones when we were tied to the wires. and announce loud and proud in her own workplace, "Hi, Ruby Lips. Do you love me?" And then he'd say, "The only thing you care about is my lips." And she'd say, "That's right. So you take care of you because you surround those ruby lips." I really do. I can't help it. It's a problem I have. Um, why is this a yin and yang thing? Number one, without running off on tangents, because Ruby Patricia Vergara 14 and Aaron West 42, mother of 3 children, is not with us anymore. There's 2 others still in critical, and everybody there now has many, many guests. I saw the photo the other day. I talked about it on a previous stream. And no matter what you try to do to put it out of your mind, well, look, the local news popped up for me 39 seconds later that there is a woman in the hospital after a yesterday pew pew local to me. Their images are in my brain, including this is where it gets a little tougher in life if you're honest with yourself and not going to be a dishonest. You have to be honest with yourself, just like I said about the previous one. Um, '01, '05, '00 ish. I forgot to get the time. Moving to pre-box number 2. Ruby and Aaron. I don't know if ampersand is allowed. Ruby and Aaron of Madison, Wisconsin. Anybody? Let me give one last fair warning. Going to get very sensitive now, or activating. If you don't have the ability to think critically and wonder and do whatever, stop listening to this now. Come back some other day. There will be timestamps in the comment in the log in the comment about where it will be safe for reentry. The difficulty or conflict that I have is the news, and it's in that WRAL article. They sandwiched their version of it, and they were very factual. Thank you, WRAL, and whoever else contributed. I didn't finish reading all the credits or properly recite them here. Sorry, I should have muted the microphone. I didn't. The girl that did the pew pewing and including herself, ending herself, unaliving herself, is a 15-year-old girl. I don't know about the rest of you and what experiences all of you have had in your life. I'm from the big city. I know lots of 13-year-olds that will rock your socks off of you with how grown up they are from living in the mean streets. It's a Van Halen song. Off the album, Fair Warning, like I listed below. the vast majority of 15-year-old girls, even if from separated or divorced, broken slash homes, which hers apparently were, according to the very factual WRAL article I read. You know, perhaps not parented enough. I don't know. There's lots of movies and books that treat it this way, that way, or the other way. I have nothing to say about it other than without any other information or whatever on was there any other difficulties. She was apparently in some kind of communication regularly with some 20-year-old nutcase in California. And I don't apologize because he has already admitted that they were planning together, supposed to be doing a mass pew-pewing. And it appears, according to my, and again, I let my bias get in. This is not objective. This is a subjective statement. The only thing that he seems what we would call remorseful or upset about, and this is just reading it off to black and white, is that she ran off and got all the fame and glory without him. Is what it really sounds like to me. Maybe they misquoted him or something. Maybe I'm just an a-hole and I really don't want to. Hey, 20-year-old dudes out there, at least your skin is 20-year-old. I've ranted many times about I don't care how old your skin is. I think our incoming president is at most 9.5, 10. I don't care how 80-year-old his saggy skin is. Life's been good to him thus far. That's another song. Go look it up. Some people don't ever have to grow up. Whoever you are, of any age, if you're chit chatting, typing, texting, signaling, whatever the heck you do, not knocking or twittering or Xing or space basing or Facebooking, I don't care what you're doing. Snappy chatting, I can't name them all. Tiki talking, whatever you're doing. If you're talking to a skin is 15-year-old, talking about things like let's go do a become infamous Bonnie and Clyde and natural born KIAers and all that other. Well, number one, you ain't Woody Harrelson and Her Royal Highness Juliette Lewis. So no, they already made that movie. And that's a movie. Number two, go get someone on the horn and let them know, hey, I talked all this stupid stuff, and then wink your eye at the law enforcers to this poor broken teenage girl. And I think she's really going to do this crap. Put your air quote fingers up with me and make the cops go get that. I don't know what else goes on. We're going to find out eventually. And it is what it is. Somebody should have done some talking to. Maybe it's my fault. Sorry, I got my stuff deleted. Elizabeth can testify. I had up there a lot of times. Hang that crap up. Don't do bad things. I've said it in my previous streams here. And I'm not going to say what I usually said and probably got me in trouble over there. Got my points. Got my social media minus points. Minus. So I'm not going to repeat it here and risk my only other right now. Because I don't have a backup. I don't have an alternate venue. Somewhere I'll put it in a secret Easter egg like I did that. Put my CCs on. Wink, wink. You'll have to go back and check out the beginning of this, Elizabeth, sometime after we're not live anymore. The hidden poem in a Regina Spektor, not the video in the link. Mom, dad getting divorced. I don't know if the poor child had siblings. I don't remember the bad girl's name. I will probably eventually remember it. I can't remember the sweet little girl's name she has a really, Harper, that's her name. Harper, Florida, killed by neighbor. Happened in the beginning of the lockdown of COVID. And yes, I'm going off on a distraction tangent. Harper Hansman, age 11. She is a permanently etched in front of my mind's eyes. My mind's plural, eyes plural. Where is it? Where is it? It has got to be here. Where's my goggles picture? If it has been internet erased, there it is. I should probably. I have never thought about changing my banner image or my whatever on that other. You have a little image and a big image. I had never thought about changing any of my images. I had a fortune cookie up there and a tree until this picture. This little cutie pie ducky duck with her swim goggles and her mask on to save herself from COVID and her neighbors. The neighbor that KIA'd her. All you goons who have something to say about anything about COVID and masks and whatever, shut up. You spit on her grave, scumbaggerlies. She is an angel. She is a guest here now. I can never say the right words. I don't know the right words to say. To her poor relatives, 82-year-old men who get angry so much so that you're thinking you're going to put a G word on the neighbor girl and her father. I can't say. That's what got me kicked off. The other one. And then I saw it a second ago. I know I did. I think I can. I think I can. I had never seen this picture before. I haven't looked up anything about poor sweet dear gone guest in my noggin, Harper Hansman. Let me just keep the etched image. I'd seen the other ones. Look at that doggy face. Aw. Look at that little girl in that man face. Aw. So sad. They were stolen from us. Can I please have my Facebook back up, Mark Zuckerberg? Please. Just for my pining and whining about dear sweet Harper Hansman. No one else on earth remembers, cares. I want a national holiday for her. Just 'cause. For a long time, I tried to get some pink colored swim goggles in that whole summer of 2020 because I had to wear the mask to and from and work and everywhere else. at work. I couldn't find one. The set I found, and I got it, used it for a while. Yay, thank you, Dollar General. Had some pink swim goggles like that in her honor until I had to cut the back of it because it was for tiny little girls. I guess of all born whatever identifies as girls, pink, or boys, manly men who will wear pink like me. Let me get back on the off the tangents. But it's my streamery, Rubi Lips. I have conflict in me. Unless I mean, if it does turn out that Bad Girl really was born a weevil, then I'm going to say that again, whoever Weevil communicates with, and that's my aunt's thing, it's a joke. She probably got it from a show or a TV or something, or read it out of a book. It had to do with the three monkeys that my aunt bought me a statue set of once. Let's wrap it in quotes. See, no, Weevil. See, they even used it in Kung Fu Panda. But Kung Fu Panda came out long after my aunt was passed away. She used to say that stuff in the early 1970s. And she was not around in 2016. So I don't know. She used to say it that way and spell it that way. And she bought me a nice set of statues made out of plastic. Not even plaster. Nice plaster. Aunt Eva gave it to me. Of the three monkeys, see no weevil, hear no weevil, speak no weevil. And then she laughed and laughed and laughed because she found at a novelty shop somewhere or the sheriff's department, people gave it to her. And she gave me a fourth monkey that was covering up his little monkey private parts with his hands. And it said, a four-letter word starts with F, no weevil on it. Evil. It didn't say weevil. I have three young boys where we're no longer here thanks to their moms and or their boyfriends. Each one I wrote to the same county supervisor and said, we need to stop this. It's easy. Can be. More pending. There's a character limit in the tube chat. Was kind of what I was trying to be on about today. But you see, I said in the beginning, I have to get this off my chest because I can't shake it off. I can't get in the trench and stay on target almost there and it's away. Can be done. I started a program, but she kept telling me she had a program. I kept saying, I'm going to get a t-shirt that says it's not working. No excuse for paid elected people to let for huge costs little kids get hurt. Exactly. Oh boy. I went down the road. We glanced across somewhere in it led to Harper Hansman. I remember if it's one in or two. Oh, don't spell her name wrong, dummy. Hands, man. Yes. One in. Boo-hoo. Guest here now. And more. I guess we're going to say again. Which link in the chain of which link in the chain of events needed or could have been broken to stop or prevent what happened in Madison, Wisconsin at the school? I don't ask this in some childish, kooky way. I'm not asking, how do we turn back time? See the share song. We can't. What we have to do is say, what can we learn of this? And if that link can be broken from the next one, then let's break it. Each and every single one of us. Off the box. Get off the box. Get off the box. The little girl with goggles is probably a story where something could have been done before that man got to that place. He was the next door neighbor. He sicked his dog on them. Remember, great, and it's another thing. I would quote the name and the sister, but I need my face space to look it up. Greg Renoff had a friend of Arab descent in Colorado, I think. And they had a crazy, disgusting, disturbing next door neighbor. This all goes to mindset. Colorado man kills neighbor. I remember it's been a long time. Might have been 10 years. 4 days ago, another one shot the neighbor's dog. It was way before 2022. This was way back in the 2000 teens. Second degree red rum and second degree attempted murder on September 20. Here's another one from Colorado. Confronted and KIA'd the neighbor. This is certainly not. It was another crazy old man. I can't keep. Look how much this stuff happens. A different one in 2022, all in Colorado. And well, they're up there playing games with votes and allegedly donking each other's wives and daughters and all this other madness. All of us goofy people down here beneath the castle in the clouds are busy KIing each other. Anyway. Colorado guy. I forget what he was. There's too many. KIA'd by a neighbor who had already hurt the mother, run them over with his car. Reminded of based on Chet and Harper. Anyway, you can search her yourself. The 82-year-old was apparently a nutcase. And that always reminds me of, Lord Maribo and his father and what happened there. Mental crisis, mental health crisis, whatever you want to call it. The next door neighbor kept sicking a slobbery, stupid, untrained dog, because that's what only crazy people have. Crazy and or mean and dumb and cowardly, because you're a coward if you got to use a tool on a 10-year-old girl, because you just like to, you enjoy hurting your fellow man, because that's what it was with the neighbor. So finally, Dad gave up and called the coppers or the animal controls or somebody. And the dude was worried that they were going to euthanize his dog or do something to him. So he KIA'd him in that psychotic. And it's worse than psychotic. The same misguided belief that, well, if they don't have a living witness, then they don't have a case. And there's too many craps rattling around in my head because that exact line of garbage always leads to Atlanta, the guests that are here now. Atlanta, Georgia, 12-year-old kills store owners. Oh, look, they've done it again. It was not 5 months ago. This was at least 10 years ago. Maybe 8 to whatever. Maybe I shouldn't have put 12-year-old. Maybe I should just put teen girl. No witnesses. I don't know how to search it correctly. I'll look it up again later. Maybe. Emmett Till was a sad story. Anyway, a tween or teenage girl, a very young girl, went into somewhere in Georgia. It might not have been Atlanta. Maybe I shouldn't have put Atlanta. Georgia, tween, or teen, AIA, man and woman, Asian, store owners, so they could not be witness against her friend for a shoplifting charge. Because all she had was this crazy, insane, learned it on TV idea. A friend of hers had got caught shoplifting something of little or no value, and there was a charge pending in a juvenile court against the friend. Kitty court, they call it. There was nothing going to happen to that kid in court. But this poor misguided child learned from the TV or the internet that if there's no witness, they can't make your friend guilty. And so she got a G word and went in there and KIA'd the two Asian owners of the store. The mediators have to have power to turn in the person, and the police have to have power to deal. We need to have good mental health system. It was Reagan who threw out the baby with the bathwater and mental health program closings. Yeah. But presidents don't act alone. They execute. Whether the has never done their job, Congress, they all have to do it in cahoots. The president can't say, oh, close all the mental health places. The Congress has to write a bill and pass it, or take a bill from the president and pass it, and the president has to sign it and execute it. Cut the funding, cut the funding. A lot of the mental health degradation is because the Fed won't reimburse states for that anymore. More at it's always somebody else's job. Go see the confusion at the Supreme Court. Do the states have power or not? Yeah, all that. And it's not like a lot of those places were doing good with all their lobotomies and electrocutions and torture. I think that's the right thing to call it. They're no better than asylums in the mother country in the 16 and 17, or all the way back to the 1100s in the tough times. All the way through until, oh, I don't know, 1900 or so, 1930. Yeah. So what do we learn? What's the next one? What's the next one? Somebody teach your tweener teen children. A shoplifting charge ain't much. But before that, teach your children's friends, I guess. Don't shoplift. That's what I was going to say earlier. Let me rewind the time. Say, for instance, this man was taken to a mental health facility where part of his treatment was to take part daily, at least twice, to train a dog for a certificate as a companion dog and go to his. I mean, I don't care. Wouldn't he have been better off? And my dear sweet little angel Harper be better off if we'd have locked him up and lobotomized him? Trespass, it would cost less than usual HUD housing, but oh, go to his therapies. Face pain and not slowing down. Always slow down. I said, go to his trespass. What? Therapies. Yes. Well, I'm a cruel and unusual person, I guess. It is not working. They still have, I think, but since nothing else has teeth in California, do they still do 5150? Do they still do 5150 in CA? Only certain professionals like licensed mental health workers or law enforcement officers can authorize it. So no. Sorta yes. It's a 3-day chemical vacation. That's what all of us who used to live there used to call it back in the good old days. Involuntary commitment. And it used to be, I can understand why it had to get this way, because it used to be anybody could call it in, like a red flag or a yellow flag or whatever. My own grandmother, Rip, used to use that against everybody when they took the truant and incorrigible laws off the books. She had a nervous breakdown because she incorrigible and truanted her own son. Grandma was nuts. I don't know when she went nuts, but at some time she went nuts. And we never 5150'd her. Yes. You remember that time she called social services, and when they showed up with the cops and the social workers and all that other stuff, they were asking, where's this poor, starved, abused child? And I was saying, who the heck are you? But spelled different. Who the F are you talking about to the cops and everybody else? So somebody dug through their little papers and flipped their little notebook and said they were looking for Dean Wiley. I was sitting out under my own car, up on jacks doing its brakes. And so then they were like, what? We had to report you're abused and you're starved and you're this and you're that. I said, look, I know I'm skinny. I call myself a stick man. Two-dimensional. I make jokes about it. I said, come on now. Then they wanted to go look in the refrigerator and all this other stuff. I said, my hands are greasy and I got a big heavy wrench in my hands. I don't know who you are, but you better go get a warrant and come back, because I'll call you an intruder and hit you with this wrench. They do, but it makes no sense. Yeah, it's catching up on the screen. I have it up on the screen. So it's yin and yang again. I can sure, yeah, man. I understand why. I have lived it. I empathize with why. Thankfully, somebody finally got the state to just not take the calls from anybody and anonymously. Not that people with the licenses, and especially not cops. You can't. How the hell is a cop gonna diagnose the need for involuntary psychiatric hold? They can't put their shoes on without somebody else's help. They all seem to be able to figure out how to eat a donut, but not do anything else. Yes, I'm hating on you cops because I love you. If you didn't give the appearance of that kind of impropriety, everybody wouldn't say, what's funny about that is that it's kind of true. So, no, we don't need everybody calling and locking up their neighbors all the time. We had plenty of crazy neighbors, too. Somewhere, I guess, there has to be a trade off. Somewhere. Or dads. Dad who ended up shouted. The first time the crazy neighbor looses his dog upon you and or your little tiny baby child, so beautiful an angel, either go deal with the neighbor, not in the courts, handle your business, go listen to my previous streams. I think we should just fire all the police, defund them, get rid of them. And all of us are just going to have to damn well learn to take care of ourselves. Very Darwinistic. Do you want this to be the purge or do you want to go take a class? Because you got to stop relying on the nanny state. The nanny state is not there. They do not exist. You can't download cops in between you and danger. And you got to stop using cops to abuse your neighbors and code enforcers and everybody else. I really hate government. I want us to be anarchy. I want only a federal military that cannot operate within the states. And I want my state legislator to pass a law to be elected sheriff, and we won't have any other cops than elected sheriffs. You have to sign an agreement that if you even give the appearance of impropriety, we can string you up like it was 1817 again. That you'll string yourself up, you'll unalive yourself, so that there won't be any appearance of impropriety. You'll do it honorably like a Japanese. In my fiction book, in my space romance uh script that I'm working on, opera, my space opera. See, I went crazy again. I apologize, Elizabeth. This leads to this. This leads to that. A 1, 45, 20. Let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. The Frozen song, I think. The little ducky ducks, when it was new, all singing around me. But now 'tis the season to let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Get back on the list. Let's get on the list. Mark it all off. I got it off my chest. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Help me write it up better. Pass it around. Shorten it up, sweeten it up. Um, Add the requisite words. I don't know. Help me, help you. Let me get back to the point. What is the point? There is no point. It's a record in a book from the good old days. I keep mentioning it. Mm, I thought I wrote it down here. Yes, I did. This. Is this too short? Everything you do, every day, all day, whether at home alone, a lot of people really need to think about it. Do you really want a KIA or DOA or worse over that? See the safety rules, let alone the interacting with a mad, 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 mad world. Go back to the not distracted purpose of today's thing. I'm supposed to write the thing. My own rules. I always leave the off. 1982 movie. Fantastic. So what I'm supposed to be on today. Dear Diary. Starting it's get my horse and cart, but my horse is not DOA'd. And I didn't know if you'd be here or not, Elizabeth, but we could be me, because we are many. Don't beat or kick them either way. The horses. Live, living, or DOA'd. But my horse and cart aren't in front of or behind or could be tethered either way to each other. They're like on different roads in different counties. As far as streaming goes, the grind of live. It's called live on the internet. Living. I don't know what to call it. Streaming. I am live streaming the grind of live streaming. Some people call it streaming, I reckon. Sorry, my throat got all gurgly. Go through some of the frustrations. Before I go into frustrations, I better go get some beverage. Loaded and unloaded. Wink, wink, wink. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm saying. Oh, 49, 30, BRB. Scroll it. Let the girl up. Get the scroll back up. And slide that down. There we go. I'll be right back. And then I was back. I should have, could have, would have, and I didn't. Probably really don't need to. I was thinking I should have made some more, made some more coffee. Mm, I've had too much. It does not help with stay on target. Almost there. Stay on target. Luke, you switched off your targeting computer. Doodly 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 doodly. Sparkly effects after the Death Star exploded. The Force will be with you always. Nobody's fault but mine. The frustrations that I have mentioned, everything else. We are moved on. Checklist item. Dear Diary. List some frustrations. Copy. And we're going to fix some things while we're at it. I don't even remember. I don't remember what it was. But when you rely on spell checker alone, you will have issues. 153. And I know this is probably frustrating to all of you who dare to look or listen. Dear Diary, checklist items. And I probably won't keep scrolling this up and down, time stamping every little item. I've said in previous streamers, and I'm saying it again. It's just part of doing it right. And if you don't want to do a thing right, don't do it at all. Blah, blah, blah. Documentation. This is frustrating. To me. Self-inflicted, of course. It's my own thing. You know what I probably should have, would have, could have did? Never start this. If I couldn't do it right, don't do it at all. Stop being a perfectionist and everybody else is, just don't be you and you'll be okay. All right. Whatever. You just keep saying stuff. Yesterday's log comment has a typo. Something happened this morning while I was reviewing it or reading it or studying it. I guess you could say, well, then don't go read yesterday's stuff. But what if someone else does? And that's the deal breaker. What if they say, not even the appearance of impropriety? That dude don't know how to type. Why would I listen to him talk? So I have to go to live yesterday. Oh, so sad. She's just a product of her environment. I'm looking for the typo, but it's not a misspelling. It's a maybe autocompleter corrector got me. That's not the comment. That's the description. How do I get to the comment? Asking the air. Go away, YouTube Studios. Oh, I should have left it on YouTube Studios, I think. I don't know. We're finding out. Autoplay is blocked. Leave it blocked. There's a comment. Here. On the video itself, because I am logged in and I wrote it, I can't edit it. First, find the letter. I think it was in the bottom half. Yesterday I said, no show Friday the 20th. Put together some ideas. It's a movie, Rachel. I miss you, Rachel. I heart you. Mythical creature of fictional fame. We'll discuss it sometime this weekend. Write and responding in chat to chat. Don't interrupt. GH. Here it is. Does the issuance of the UN court's warrants against Netanyahu again? I meant. Oh, I have to go edit. So remind me in a second. I'm just kidding. You don't have to remind me, Elizabeth. I will remember. Netanyahu. Edit. What had happened is I meant against. What is written here is again. Is it what my psychology professors once upon a time would have called OCD? Or because everybody doesn't know what those words mean, they would say anal retentive. That used to be a thing in psychology. Yes, it is. And that's how I think. If I was reading across this and looking at somebody's list, would I hold that against them? After reading all the rest of this madness that you can't understand? Probably. Fix what you can fix while still being you. Try not to offend somebody. Somebody might be they might have their own grammar compulsive disorders. Do you want to activate them and upset them with your inability to edit your own comment? See, I fixed it. I fixed it. Done. We got number one done. The comment yesterday. Look at the checklist. Yesterday log comment has a typo. Done. This is complicated. The disingenuous sayings or programmed or self-deprecating. Let me take care of the easy work first. Always or not always. Whenever you feel like it, go with your guts. Give yourself some time to think more about the more complicated things. It's a repeat loop discussion that involves all of these little check items. I just mentioned it a while ago. Failure to plan is planning to fail. And it also, we go again, not really going to spend a whole lot of time on it. It's a saying, it's a quote, it's a cliche. If you don't write your plans that include checklists, and it goes to later, we're going to talk about some other things. Everything goes roundy, roundy, roundy. Failure to plan is planning to fail. Such as for the first 10 or so of these things, I would write out my checklist and my plan, my topics, my ideas. In this same, now up to 177,458 characters, one text file. I have to have everything in this one place. I can't scatter anything else because I have no other stuff. There was a plan. It has a checklist, and none of the stuff is checked off. The first 8, 9, or 10 of these, I copy pasted the notes, the plan, and the checklist and emailed it to George. And then at a arranged time, him being in the know in writing what I had on the list, he could respond or call or whatever we've discussed in previous ones. He's not illiterate. He just has some difficulty with the reading. And he's not here to say what if he wanted to. So I'm not going to say it. Go back and listen to the previous stuff. He said what? Even if he just said, I don't like it. So let's talk about it on the phone. If we agreed to that in writing, or I wrote the note, said, okay, I know you don't want to read this garbage. We'll talk about it. I'll make it into writing, and all you have to do is reply, yes, that's what we discussed. get it in writing or it didn't happen. The last 14 or so of these things, I've gotten all my ducks in a row and I have failed to send any of that to George, thereby frustrating only myself because he didn't know that I had anything in particular, including big long checklists. He thought I was meaning, hey, let's jump on and BS. Maybe we'll look at some news. Why would he think that? Because I didn't tell him any different. I sent him a text that said, going on in 30. And he said, okay. Where in the beginning of this thing, I sent, as soon as I had it to the point where I was going to copy paste it into the OBS in the manage broadcast button area, I emailed it to him kindly in advance. I'm not complaining at you or about you, George. Please don't take it that way. Or do. And we'll talk it out on stream. Because that's what happens when you do dynamics. It's fine. But another thing that leads failure to plan and follow. You can't follow the rules. The rules aren't written down. I'm supposed to be part of what? I don't know if I should put a gap in this or not. 02, 03, 04, 00, starting the rules checklist. Items, meaning get this stuff back in one spot. I'm going to put it right here. Other people might get up there and say, huh, I never thought of that. I was going to go live and I realize now I probably shouldn't. Send the plan slash schedule slash checklist to all that could slash might be on your live stream before you go live. And I mean, I say now I have it written, even if just to me, in this text file. I will get myself a better rule. You can't follow the rule if the rule is not written. The instant thing here for me in my mind is what constitutes before. Be fair and be timely. I'm not writing all that in this note right here because I intend to copy paste some of this and use it as a start point for a Microsoft Word document that I can save or print as PDF and upload to somewhere so that everybody can see it. Not for each daily thing, this simple rule book that applies to anybody. So let's start writing the rules. Failure to plan is planning to fail. And this is just supposed to be the Dear Diary, but we jump right down into here. Because why not? Two birds with one photo. Don't be KIA into birds. Take their pictures. Go see them a flicker. There's lots of birdies up there. And then go watch the movie about protectors and protectees and bad guys called In the Line of Fire with Clint Eastwood. So many others. And watch when the guy's out testing his super duper get the president tool, and the guy says, "Let me check it out," and he unalives a birdie bird. And I can't think of the guy's name right now. John Malkovich. I have to think of it because there's a movie that he's in called Being John Malkovich. There's a backslash up there. I didn't want it. Anyhow, John Malkovich says, "Why'd you kill that bird, a-hole?" And unalives the hunters in the fiction story In the Line of Fire. Clint Eastwood, John Malkovich, I think Rene Russo. Others, lots of big stars. Yeah. Don't KIA the birdies unless you want John Malkovich to end you in a movie. Take their photo. It's 2024. Use your cell phone. Uh, Failure to plan. So that's part of planning. Make sure. Get the plan, schedule, checklist for the next live to all that could be on your live stream before you go live. Give them time to read it and respond. They may say, I don't want to go over that today. I don't want to participate in that today or next stream or whenever it is. They might say, oh, besides all that, could we go over these other things? And that way you don't end up having a free for all, a free form jazz odyssey. It's important. Be organized in writing, even if you know that when you send it out, some of them you may have agreed in writing up front that they're gonna probably call you when you send it out. Say, oh yeah, man, I saw the list, blah blah blah. I don't know if it's rules or whatever. I have to get into this. Dear Diary, the frustrations. This was just kind of whining, I think. Let's talk about this one. The bitterness. Live streaming. I've said before, I have thought about game streaming. Get some content up there. I probably don't do as good as many others at. I'm no young man. I'm an old man. But ever since I was young man and into video games or chess or checkers, I don't care. Games of any kind. Now that Peter something song is stuck in my head. If looks could kill, they probably will. In games without frontiers and war without tears. Tears rhymes with tears. Did you know that? Spelled two different ways. Sorry, I had to let it out of my head. Where was I? What was I talking about? It's right here on the screen. Right, the rules. In progress. The frustrations. Oh, right here. Even though I am into games and I have thought about the reason I have not test driven, just as it is set up, it catches my other big screen and it's got my little talkie yin yang with a green box around it at the top left corner. That might well suffice for game streaming because I don't want my face on the camera in the corner like real gamers do and the chat scrolling by on the screen. I will have to have assistance. That's another problem. Know your limits, or a man's got to know his limitations, said Clint Eastwood in another Clint Eastwood movie. I don't remember the name of right now. Or maybe it was John Wayne. I don't know. Not looking it up. Trying to stay on target. I realized yesterday this may even be higher speed, lower drag than one of my favorite. I like the simulation style games. I like first person 3D shooters as well. Those I can make noises and be more exciting, I guess, than
Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry.
a man's got to know his limitations.
Yes.
Welcome back, George.
Welcome to be back. It's a little better.
02, 13, 10, WBGH. Still just rambling about something I realized yesterday. Dear Diary, I'm no young peoples, and I'm suffering from it's what their simple diagnosis is called TMJ. Temporomandibular joint. There is an issue there. It is most of the times very, very, very deal withable, livable. Since I don't know when there has been an event. Go listen to the other streams. Somewhere. It's in my videos. My videos. Go to the videos. And go to the live. It was, where is he? Number 14 was several days into this modern, it hasn't been this way since the 1990s. An event has happened. Child, take the pain. Began several days before December 8th. It is now December 20. I've had some hours of low compared to high speed, compared to high power pain on toast. When it gets down to about 3, 4 on that crybaby to smiley face scale that they have in all the modern clinics and hospitals and offices, that ain't nothing to me. Don't mean nothing. Don't mean a thing. Because other than about, I don't know, 16 hours a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't remember. It's been running level 8 to 10 at least. So on top of all that, very stressful, very fatiguing. Stress and fatigue play a role in everything you do in your life. Dear Diary, trying to keep up with eyes on chat, eyes on levels. Like if I lean back in my chair and then I talk, it doesn't touch above center green. If I lean forward and sit up straight, now the average audio bar or the peak is touching right just a little sliver below the yellow. And I think that's where it needs to be. I haven't sat back and compared and listened to the other streams. I need to. Put that on the list. Where did I write it? This is going to be out of order. Send a plan. Do real audio level checks. Gotta write it while I'm thinking it, or I'll forgot it again. So anyway, yesterday I was reminded, with many things going, trying to eyeball the chats, trying to listen. George, you were talking yesterday, your Luigi's talk,
Yes.
and it's one of those times that you didn't ask. I just took it upon myself. This is important to George. Shut up, mouth, and listen. I don't apologize if I was wrong. I really don't. Seemed like it was very important to you to say it right then, right there.
Now all I can say is thank you.
I don't know if you were capable of seeing. This is head on a swivel stuff. Part of what's fatiguing yesterday. See, I kept the log. And George, you know. Elizabeth doesn't know, or anybody else listening right now. Remember the management notes, George? Some goofy idea some guy had where we both worked. Well, that's the
Yeah.
point of a time-stamped log also. Well, you were talking. It's coming up on your screen in a second. I had wrote the note up on the thing, on the screen. 1906, GH talking about Luigi's. Search it yourself. I should fix that. Search for it yourself, or go back. It's my comment. I can edit it and replace it and provide a link to details on it. Showed chat on screen to not interrupt GH. GH personal friend connection equals very acceptable. Him talking it out to me. I might need to expound upon that. So if the auditors or editors of these games ever come along and said, man, I don't know if those things were said were correctly, to have the appropriate disqualifier disclaimer statement like I'm making now again.
Yeah.
I did say it a little bit yesterday, but not this extended. Where I said after I inquired, you said you thought you were done with it. I said, in an era time not so long ago in the USA, you could have invited the bad guy into the street, and or our justice would have been swift, meaning our sheriff would have, you know, had a good talking to them, maybe even pointed a finger and shook it at them and repented their wicked ways. Maybe a guy in a white collar could have said a little phobiscums to them. Or, something about it's old salsa commercial that was on TV. New York City, get a rope. Just something cowboys did, allegedly, in the history fictions. Yes. But those
Well,
kind
that
of
is
things.
kind of how they took out. That is kind of how they took out the James gang. They
Yeah.
got up on a roof, let him go in the bank, rob it, come out, and then blasted him.
Yep. And Bonnie and Clyde, and many, many others, infamous in the history. Never as many as the bad guys did. Production management talent. Still just yap yapping, dear diary. But trying to juggle all the chainsaws of it all is very fatiguing to me. have to be more careful. If I feel like we need to have topic limits. Right before you got back in, I said, and I put it in writing, that whenever plans, schedules, checklists for the next live are put together, that they ought to be sent out to anybody that gets invited. So in case if that man he's got a lot to do today, I don't want to participate in that, or you can call back and say, "Hey, do we have time for this or that? And where are we going to wedge it in? It's important to me today, so let's put that on top and like put all your if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. Loop de loop can go after we wanted to talk about a current event, or and it goes to something I talked about earlier. If you go back and listen to this later, George, you'll hear all about the get it off my chest about the NC guy running his store, KIA'd a dude over a bottle of Gatorade, and the two fine young women, ladies, KIA'd out there in Madison, Wisconsin. And then I was done with it. Except that it's always hashtag too soon and hashtag too late, right? And this is just a Dear Diary dump. We're just yapping. So I'm asking, does it matter how many years have gone by since Luigi's? Or is it always fresh and new to George? Does time heal anything? Did I lost you? Did I lean too far back from the microphone?
No, I had myself on mute.
Oh,
It's been about 30 years.
does it matter?
No, because some of the people that dealt with it, um, I still know. Uh, and it goes back to your do you believe in fate routine? Because I was supposed to be with them when they went to Luigi's. They went to a movie, then they were going to go. She wanted spaghetti. She was craving spaghetti because she was pregnant. But my brother decided to come into town, and my mother insisted that we all eat together as a family. So we went to Quincy's, which is right down the street from Luigi's. And the only reason he did not shoot up Quincy's, which was his first stop, is there was like 4 or 5 cop cars. There was 3 city police and at least 2 sheriff's deputy cars out in the parking lot because they were having dinner. Because
Hmm.
at that time you could Quincy's, as you were law enforcement in uniform, you ate for free.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. And then he went and took a couple pot shots with a 22 at Kroger's, and that's when he decided to go into the back door because he basically went in as someone was returning from taking out trash. He didn't go in the front door; he went in the back door, and he promptly one of the first people he killed was the owner of Luigi's. He managed to enter the dining portion fast before people could get out. As you said, I was not meant to be at that OK Corral. At that time, due to the laws, I did not carry at any time. Shortly thereafter, we had the march on Raleigh to protest for the right to carry concealed firearms. And within a year, it passed because I managed to make arrangements for one of the speakers before the congressional meeting in Raleigh. The female who was shot, because I knew her. She'd gotten out of the hospital by that point. That being said, damage to her sciatic nerve, that's permanent. That will never heal. It will lessen, but it will never heal. And due to the medication that she had to be on while pregnant, early stages of pregnancy, did affect the development of the unborn child. He's a little slow. From my understanding.
I guess this one is sort of covered. To finish up my earlier previous thought. Yesterday, and sort of now, juggling chainsaws, I guess, reminds me of playing my games the way I play them. There's some very amazing, young and older, of all ages, people or furries or whatever they are, that they're very popular gamer, streamer, or gamer video people on the interwebs because they can play these things on their nightmares or hard or impossible modes and still just chitty chatty and make jokes and read their chat while they're doing all this extraordinary superhuman stuff. Yeah, that ain't me. I am not that much of a multitasker. I might not be any much of a multitasker at all. Without assigned roles and help and being able to document it. I'm going to have to be very careful about setting plans and following them, including, sometime without live streaming it. I guess just recording it local.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't care. We'll do it live. But I still have to test, can my system handle this?
Yeah.
Like right now, and we got to figure out, can we test George's system? Like, well, I'm busy talking, and then I start clicking other tabs and switching back so that lots of bits are streaming across the bit rates. According to OBS, my CPU usage went up to 4.5 or 5%. That's it. We need to get OBS installed on George's computer and see, do you want to host some of your stuff?
I wouldn't mind.
As long as we can get the technology to semi cooperate. And that way
Yeah.
I won't be sitting there on needles and pins and whatever. And, being a guest. See the theme song of the day. You are a guest here now. Being a guest or watching a chat while somebody else is doing the main part of the show, being the sidekick.
Yeah. I don't
I
mind being
don't,
a side.
I don't know. I haven't did it. And I let you, man, when you, like yesterday or whatever, I wasn't being a sidekick. I was listening and trying to be an active listener, and eyeball go. It's like doing the patrol and being the patrol supervisor. You got to keep up with your notes and everybody else's,
Oh yeah.
and what the reason for patrol is. It's fatiguing to me. It's uh, production, the management, being the talent, being moderation, and so on and so on and so on, and keeping eyeballs on network connectivity. See, 2 nights ago, the whole thing went to kaputs because Microsoft
Yeah.
Windows updated me. To death. Thanks, Microsoft.
That was one reason I was late getting back to get on air with you, is because of where I was having to pay a bill. Decided to update their main computer, which shut down all their peripheral computers
Yeah.
or workstations, however you want to
And
look at it.
yeah, I went to go look at something last night related, trying to get, I was unrestful. I had accidentally, sleep comes easy when you're dealing with pain and not taking any kind of meds of any kind.
Hmm?
Sleep will come upon you suddenly, but then you will wake up very shortly if you went to bed too early. Now you're up half the night that you shouldn't be
Yep.
up, trying to be productive. And of course, with no messages or warnings or anything else, nothing would load at the ding danging website. They were doing some kind of maintenance or upgrading or updating to their own web infrastructure, internet servers.
Yeah.
Of course, it was very frustrating. It happens. Frustration adds to fatigue, adds to stress. Life, man, it just keeps on living. And technology fails you. When I tried to get on today, the headphones and audio were popping in and out, in and out, in and out. I said, why? Unplugged everything, plugged it back in, same problem, unplugged it again, rubbed it off with an alcohol thing, and then blew it with the air can and plugged it all back in, and sooner or later it just went back to working. Huzzah! Technology is fun. So some of the frustrations, all that, and the inability, timekeeping and activity logging. It is important to me that if we, meaning me, we, I call myself we because we are many, or all the rest of us, anybody else who happens across this, are you hobby streamering, or do you hope one day it will be business and monetized and coming in? Not be a standing on a street corner playing your little instrument with a hat out, or
I
just
think
vent.
even hobby streamers hope to one day make it their occupation.
Yeah, some. I'm sure there's plenty, and you got to put in some work. And I knew this going in, but I hadn't written it down, put it in the rules. I guess let me go back to my be professional, because this could become a business. If you don't treat it like it is or will be or provide you any money, it's not going to. You got to speak it and work it into being, right?
Yep.
And so you might as well start. And this is more of that. Can we talk about the good old days? And I scrolled earlier checking the basic stuff before getting into the checklist. Telling the tale of business. Hobby or business. Third dash in the rules above. I grew up with a band growing in my garage. And I know I was a kid, Elizabeth. Still my garage. Mom's house, my garage. I built that band. Ha ha ha. I'm not going to say what band yet. I'm still withholding it. I've given lots of clues. So has Elizabeth. Go search her name on Amazon. You'll find out which one. She has a published book. Get it, buy it at Amazon. Let's do the thing. Amazon. Let me make sure I'm not saying the wrong thing. Oh, what is all this? Who is this? What is all this? This is madness. There it is. What the H? I'm mad now. Last time I looked at this, it had 5 stars. Want to know why? Because I was the only reviewer. Maybe a couple others. 2.1 ratings. How do we go rate the ratings? All the rest of you, figure it out. It's up there at Amazon. If we clip just that part, Control X, close tab, open tab, paste and go. That's all it takes. All the hint I'm giving. Go buy the book and give it 5-star rating. Daggone it. I always have to put disclaimers on the books too, I guess. The point of it, well-being. One of the band members, even though he was a maestro and a virtuoso and all that in a handbasket full, and some more, what he was driven. He would play his guitar till his fingers were not only bloodied to the bone, and then he would wrap my uncle and his brothers electrical tape around those fingers and play that guitar some more. Even though he did partake of the youth in a growing popular party band stuff, it didn't slow his roll a bit. But he was a virtuoso, a maestro. Another member of the band had a very wealthy family who made their wealthies in business. So even though he liked to wreck a bunch of stuff and be a rock and roller out of controller, when it came time for business, like sitting down with the lawyers and getting your lyrics copyrighted, or the name of the band that the other two wouldn't go down to the lawyer office or contribute a ducat or two, that was their name, not yours, to get trademarks or registered trademarks or copyrights or whatever was necessary for the business of music. Well, it was all just in his name. So when the band broke up, and they said, well, you're fired. We'll hire some other guy and he'll be our crooner and we'll be the maestros. The guy who had 6 years prior gone and got all the legal paperwork done said, I don't care what you do, I get 80% of that money. And then the lawyers got called. Be professional. Treat business like business. way back when you're throwing up on each other's backs and having a good time and partying and hanging out with the girly girls, all this
Yeah.
joy of streaming. Treat it like a business anyway.
Well, there's a famous 6th grade school teacher who decided to be a musician and start up a band with a friend of his. And he's has been extremely always very business oriented because they were the first band to actually do full on merchandising, what they wore, what they played, their own images, as in they had their own dolls, which is Gene Simmons of Kiss. And that's one reason he's extremely wealthy today.
Yep. Well, I put an X in it, but part of that, treating it like a business, think back to the management notes and my logs for what's happening when in stream. If I had money and was able to offer money, I would, but I don't. But whether you do or don't, we all have to keep up with our own time. I keep up like I put in the log today. Timestamp, welcome back, GH. I know what time George got here in stream, not in the real world. I can do the offsets. I know what time because I wrote it up here. 14:35, ready kids? Here we go. That's when I clicked start streaming. It might take me a while, but I'll maff it on my fingers. Because hopefully one day we can get paid for our time up here doing this song and that stuff that we're doing. Just 'cause. Why not? But you won't ever be able to, and Elizabeth, George, do not ever. I know we've had these maybe conversations, especially you and me, George.
Yeah.
If when we haven't set a schedule and agreed to a payments amounts and all of that in writing ahead of doing a thing, don't ever feel like, oh, I gotta do this thing with Dean, blah, blah, blah. No, you don't. Unless we commit to each other in writing, it's all very informal right now. We're right now standing in a big empty, practicing. We're doing some rehearsals right now, practicing in real time. You know, like the G word shows you talked about going to.
Yeah.
What we're doing right now is someone said, well, hey, come try it out. It's only going to cost you your time. Time is money, I know. It said time, period, is, period, money, period, they. I should have wrote all of they. Forever.
But you never know what it's going to do until you try.
Right. So here we are, giving it a try. You never know. This might be the one where someone says, well, finally, he stopped running his yap and he got down to the nitty gritty of, oh, I never thought about me talking live on my internet. If I don't treat it like a business and keep up with my time, how will I ever be figure out how much do you make per hour, per day, per week, per month? I've already got everything else set up. Like the only way there are three of us and a fourth one and a couple others. Like we had three watchers last night. Watcher number three could have been somebody we know. But all of us committing time to this one day, it's like, dang, the business, because it is a legit business entity, been that way for a lot of years. If somebody clicked can't even think of what it is right now, my PayPal linker up there in the linker and down there in the description of every one of these videos. Here it is, the donate button. We say, man, we made all this money. The first dollar's got to get framed and hung on the wall. We made $1. Gross. How do you frame a digital dollar? I don't know. Print screen the daggone PayPal thing and spend $1. There's only so many dollars you can tape to the wall.
Yep.
But
If you
whatever.
have to tear
Then
up.
we would start trying to figure out how we're going to whack up this $2 PayPal donation between the three of us. Well, we can't even buy a pack of gum anymore. I don't know. We got to put it in the bank and let it earn interest. Part of the plans. It's all got to get did.
Yeah.
So we did the
So it can
timekeeping.
gather friends. Then we take the friends eventually, hopefully, buy better equipment so we can get them more friends and they can have a party.
Yeah, and so on and so on. Like the old 70s that I always quote. I quoted it right there. It's a 1970s and 80s shampoo commercial. The pretty lady suds up her head and she says blah blah blah. And if you'll tell two friends and they'll two, and then pretty soon there's like 8 of the one lady in little cubes on the screen, and so on and so on. And they run the voice over itself. So it sounds like there's
Yep.
a whole crowd of pretty ladies with bubbly heads. And so on and so on. That's how things go. Garage bands become real bands. It could happen.
Yeah. Can.
And
The
especially the
Beatles
more,
technically was a garage band.
and if nothing else, if you're just busy being professional, maybe somebody will hire us to help them manage their already popular stream. Could happen. Anybody out there, streamers, having your difficulties with, man, I was watching again that Destiny guy. He's a young guy. Yes, coincidentally, he's got a job problem. I don't know what it is, but he has what, like a bite guard retainer looking thing that sometimes he's suffering it so bad he has to wear his little thing while he's streaming to keep his mouth aligned or something.
Yeah.
To Destiny. Do you believe in Destiny? God, he's smart. He runs his Discord chat that allows for Discord allows for people to donate or give or whatever.
Yep.
And YouTube, he runs both while he's doing all his super genius other stuff and clicking 2 different web browsers with 40 tabs each and having his own big ideas. And I just watch him go and I think just like I do go watch. Oh, that's a Twitch thing. Srebrenica, Poland, StarCraft 2E games. Katowice. I don't know if they streamed this on. This was back in February. I didn't watch it this year. I haven't watched it since COVID, I guess. This is big stuff over on Twitch, the ESLs. ESL Gaming. Look, they have their own website at Katowice, Poland. That is big, gigantic production stuff. These are the real gamers that when I watch these people play just StarCraft 2 that I play on easy, I have I'm not pulling my screen up this time. My blizzardbattle.net account machine that you have to run. You can't just run your StarCraft. You have to be connected to the online. It'll show. I've played a lot of hours of it. I got whatever. I'm missing one of the badgy wadgies for beating all the levels on all the difficulties. But that's not fun to me. That is serious. Watch somebody else play it 200 or 300 times, like these ESL pros. Go watch their videos, or have their video up on the other computer. Pause my game, look back at their video. Okay, what's the next 3 steps I got to do? But I'm not that young, and I never was that fast. You know, sure, I played the piano once upon a time. That went away with the amnesia in
Not to mention my eyesight's not that good anymore.
82 or 83. I never ever was. But if it was piano, or guitar or whatever, I'm no Eddie Van Halen on a guitar. Not even close. I can grind out with the best of them after a little bit of practice. Like, I have no trouble with Hanger 18.
The things I used to be good at, you can't make money at.
Ugh.
Not legitimately, any.
But watching that guy Destiny just do his streams, it blows my mind up that on my best day ever, doing whatever on these online streamer things reminds me of and I don't know if it will, I don't think it does tags in the comments. I'm just going to say Destiny, all the puns. Reminds, while streaming, reminds me of ESL Cat. I don't remember how to spell it. Katowice. Did I leave it up on my screen? Blomp. Katowice. Yes, Katowice. Kato V in Poland. Long gamers. Yeah, I can't hang with all that. I am not that dude. Gonna have to have help and get it written in the plan. Like, who else can we get? I have a friend named Jack. He's one of those. He's a friend of mine's son, so he was once upon a time one of my babies. Then he grew up, got facial hair. Now he's a friend that was the son of a friend. I don't know how many years ago, enough years ago, he set up himself for online streaming. They remodeled a room in their house, bought thousands of dollars worth of equipment and computers and everything else. And young man Jack really went nuts getting it all set up and done right. And I would sit and keep his time logs and watch his chat and go to other social medias and say, hey, I'm online watching Jack right now. Come join us. And help him with a bunch of this. And we had some of it written. All that stuff is pre 2019 backup stuff is MIA right now. And he had set everything up in such a way that, please, Mr. Dean, and like you keep talking about, George, what we're going to do, I set up all this stuff. And what I just need you to do is come in, log in your account on my computer, and everything will be set up, all your passwords, all your stuff. It's your account on my computer. And then you do your streams and get the G word stuff out there bigger, better, faster. And do real live streaming mainly about that stuff, the use of force incidents. Before there ever was a donut operator. there was Angry Cop or some Chicago cop, Angry, that me and Jack watched together and his father. And he was like, "You could do that so much better." We need to have that online. In life, Jack doesn't do it anymore. Dad's trying to talk him back into it. Maybe Jack could help us out. That kind of thing. Get it all in the plans. Who does what? I think I wrote it down here. Send a plan. Be professional. Do real audio checks. In writing. Who does what? Her individual stream / live and outside, or what do you call it? Administrative functions. And how do we account for their time? All this stuff has to get, and I know some of it I put in my notes. Some of this is already in the top of this 178,388 character document in checklists at the top. But it gets really tired scrolling. It's coming up on your screen soon. This little tiny scroll bar up and down, all the way to the top. So some of this
Do
may
you
be
start a new
redundant.
page every day?
No, because
Or you just at
I don't want 200 files even in one folder. Right now,
okay.
everything is in one file. I can open it, Control F, and go find it. So that all goes back to, I know I put it in here somewhere. It might just be in, say, I got the timestamps when I started in. The business of live streaming. Time is money. Life. Wife's laptop was frozen hung. Her Amazon order is hung up in a BS strike interfering in the commerce.
Oh,
Time and energy, orderly thoughts. 2 hours prior to 11:55, so at 9:55 I had neat and orderly thoughts, and I thought I'm gonna jump on my computer and get these written in my today notes file so that I can send them out to Elizabeth and George for tomorrow. And whatever, life. At
yep.
11:59, I said, get back off of this and try to recall just win the 4. So somewhere, at least I thought I wrote it down about the business, whatever I was just on. Keeping up with time, delegation, who does what. We already discussed kind of. I've got to keep up. We all have to. Elizabeth, George, anyone else listening, make yourself a text file. I don't know what to say. Keep up with your time so that we never have regrets or angries or frustrateds, or we can all say, you know what? Now that if there ever is, money to whack up, we apportionment it and spread it out so that it lowers everybody's tax burden. Don't be greedy. Little people pay little taxes. If you hoard up all the money, you're just going to throw it away to the government that I hate. They're going to get no money. Somewhere in the written plan is going to be if there's enough money to pay a crooked accountant who's also an attorney. I'll see if my uncle's still working. I want somebody who's going to sign their name to it that if anybody's going to jail or to civil fines court for this, it's you, lawyer accountant, or team of lawyers and accountants. How do we spend this money so we can write it off and have all cool stuff?
Right back.
Sorry, I went silent. George said, "I'll be right back," and I started reading, and that's where I said, "How do we do this stuff? Like keep up with things?" Started writing the rules. I guess well, he's being right back. Let me be right back. Where you hiding, lady? I will be right back, Elizabeth.
Repeat. Okay, I got you. Put the lady up.
Alrighty. Then I we're back. 03, 06, 30, DW. Back. Note up here. Both DW and GH. DW back. Stay on target. Get on target. Get back on task. What time is it on Earth? On Earth, it would be, it looks like, check the phone, 5:42.
Yep.
I may or may not make it till 6:30.
I don't know if I can make it to 6.
Oh, I didn't totally Phoebe lie to myself, but I really thought. I said, 2 hours? No, let's say 3 hours. Well, at 3:07, we're still going.
Yeah.
Haven't really got there, but sort of have. None of this was supposed to take as long as it has. Dear
It
Diary
never does.
also crossed over into, and this, of course, is not. It's not going to get marked off today. This to-do list for today is going to get O's in it, not X's, because the X's and the OOOs, they haunt me.
They're only getting hugs, they're not getting kisses.
That's right. How do I properly log this stuff? It's already on several lists because I don't want to do work 2 or 3 or 4 times. Some of it has got to be this kind of text file because that's the only way to copy paste it with the timestamps.
Yep.
Shortly after GH back to O's in some items because they require more work before X-wing them. And by work, I mean planning, documenting, rewrite the plans. Properly logging this stuff I'd already discussed before and laid out before. My mind says some kind of interactive web page or doc cloud or something where you could dump that stuff. Like if we grabbed a screenshot, throw it up there. All the links to all the stuff. Sorry, took a big drink of drink and it was cold. Made my jawbone hurt. Not actually the bone. It's everything connected to an inflamed nerve or a pinched or compressed nerve of some kind. The next problem that I know I'm already run up against because I lost the only one other social media that I would use to drive traffic to my own tube like the G word videos. Uh, I don't have any other socials, and I'm not gonna associate this with my LinkedIn right now. This isn't totally only about something that you would want to say, well, yeah, tie that to your LinkedIn and drag that around in the mud. That's more that can definitely on LinkedIn. Can other social media stuff or what they call off network or off platform noise you make cause them to do something to your account on that site? Absolutely. Got to be careful with the LinkedIn. I used to have a saying somewhere, LinkedIn's for fighting. From this is my something, this is my something. This one's for fighting, this one's for fun.
Yep.
I used to say LinkedIn's for fighting, Facebook's for fun. Be
This one's for
very
cutting, this one's
careful.
for stabby stab.
Yeah, very careful what you do over there. In no sense
I'm not,
redoing the
it's been
work. Go ahead.
It's been short. It's been short and fun, but I think I need to sign off.
Okay, sir.
So I will talk to you hopefully tomorrow.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye. In my mind, the properly planning is so that you don't do the work 2 or 3 or 4 times. Use the same logger planner. Like you make a web page for tomorrow's show coming up. This is what's the outline of the plan. Then you go through it. When you're done, that same one page or document or item or whatever it is contains what actually happened, including these partially checked off or fully checked off checklists without redoing a glut of work. How do we promote it? Already discussed. It's got to be some way other than things don't grow themselves on the tube. You have to drive traffic to your YouTube channel or your individual videos or playlists somehow. Getting on other people's YouTubes and trying to link to yourself in their chats is a very bad idea. You will offend their fan base. Oh, jaw cracked again. Being one of those days. And this one, Elizabeth, if you're still with me, was geared towards exactly your emails. And I guess I'll say here, it takes that fast. When I finally got to it, even though you said something last night, when I got offline last night and then had to deal with life and Mrs. and her children and grandchildren, her child and grandchildren, my grandchildren, her child. And all that jazz and her work. I was fatigued. I did not go back and catch up on my emails. By the time I opened it up this morning, early this morning, in the one account, 74 in the inbox. One was trashable junk, spam, nonsense. The other 73 were, yep, leave those and let them get in the backup. And then 3 incorrectly marked as junk in the junk mail folder. So I had 77 emails to get through on the main account. Then I went to the other account for the business. And that had 14 emails. Most just require reading. But like Elizabeth, yours, I answered. I didn't answer the second one because I was moving on. I had others that must be answered. But that's what this is about. If we get others involved, see the diary series above, series. Founding documents of the United States of America from email. I hope you don't mind, but I'm outing you because you sent the email that you wanted to do some kind of series. And we're going to put in here. Putting along. 03, 15. Uh-oh. Long way of saying. Start talking about Elizabeth series idea. We might as well talk it out here. Maybe somebody will hear us and say, man, there they go, trying to reinvent the wheel again. So let's put even though I just started, I'm going to pre-mark that one as done, as much as it's going to get. So that's all the frustrations for today. That's all the Dear Diary for today. Elizabeth sent me an email a couple of days ago or yesterday or both. She sent 2 emails about wanting to deal with the founding documents of the US of A. It was a very short email in my reply to you that, well, and this is part of it, putting into work and getting a real dot plan document for something like that involves all of this. Because you're talking about inviting others or allowing others or something. Putting them through a paywall, I don't know. Other than private whatevers. And I have some ideas. Like if you wanted to do where you had said, maybe 30 minutes each, maybe 1 hour. I'm just, because you were just throwing things out there. I'm not holding you to this. 30 minutes each. I don't know what we call them. Classes slash clinics slash streams slash groups. Whatever. Whatever we're going to call it. The main thing is for other people. How do we get them in? Do we go back to Zoom? Discord will do, but I certainly haven't had time to investigate it. Instead of the little icons with the green circles about them, you can activate the camera and show yourself on camera, and it still gets a little green box around it, or you can set the color. And screen sharing is something that has to get. Screen sharing for participants of a group thing, which is another thing that we're already up against. Already up against it because GH and EW waiting for the bounce from YouTube, capital Y, and DW ahead. And what I mean by the bounce, I guess I'll put bounce slash lag. Is that I put stuff up on my screen and I'm done with this. I'm leaned back, which I shouldn't be doing. Let me sit up straight. And 10, maybe, sometimes faster. I've seen it as fast as 3. But as long as 35 to 40 seconds later, Elizabeth, you get to look at what I'm looking at. If we're going to do these things, we have to figure out the watch together. Or do you share the screen? Because Discord has its own private screen sharing function that's not what's on screen for the, not necessarily, I don't think. You might be able to combine the two. But then how would that load up your computer and your network? What would it do to your bit rates and all that other stuff? That's what I mean by bounce and lag. The technology of it is if there's 6 of us and we're supposed to be reviewing a document, that we're all looking at the same thing while we're all talking about it, even though if people are watching what we're doing on a live stream, they're 20 seconds behind us. The real participants in the real group. I hear the whole plan. I will mail you. I will go to the places people want the classes. One of the people has immediate thought on this, and Network of Millions, I would say. Yeah, I mean, like, do we just sign up for an X account? Because now they do live group video stuff. I have other email accounts. I could go get back on the face space under a different account name and do their live videos and video conferencing. There's so many, the old school Skypers. But it depends what you're trying to share on the screen as well. There's a watch together thing for watching certain video content. There's other such things. And before we got into any of that, I would reach out to some of these. They got 10,000 viewers, like the Destiny guy. Reach out to him and see. While streaming, right? Sir, if you have time to answer a question or, go read his whole website. He has an entire website up there that him and all of his employees and volunteers and moderators and, when you have 1 million subscriber followers, you have a little more stuff done, especially him. It may already be there. I just haven't had the time or taken the time to go see. Oh, this is what you use for instant screen sharing. And how do you invite this or let people into that? Closer to real time, less lag or delay. Yeah, we'll figure it out. And all I said in the email was, even if we do them live, whatever, I use my machine to record, not in the highest possible quality, but in mighty fine high quality, the video of these things. And it's doing good uploading it that way to YouTube. That's channel content. Let's open yesterday's video. Take a look, see. Autoplay is blocked. Make sure it stays that way. If I go to settings, I can go to quality. Well, it's got it set at 720p. I don't know why it is. It might well be a setting I missed somewhere in OBS. So now I have to make myself a timestamp. And it may be something YouTube auto negotiates based on my bandwidth speed from my averaged internet provider uploads. I don't know. Figure out why 720p max in settings on yesterday. See, I gotta have all this stuff done and figured out and documented before we get offering services to anybody else on yesterday's video. It says it's recording it, whatever the resolution of this screen is. It's a lot of stuff that's got to get done and set up in advance. Don't want to offer anything to anybody. But the main thing is, even if we can get a trial group and go through it the first time and we do it live. We've got the offline video, or you can download your own videos from the YouTube. And then we can grind away at editing them offline to re-upload them somewhere else, even if it's you end up with your stuff under your live. But if you pull one of your lives and cut a bunch of stuff out and turn it into a part of show number 22 dealing with whatever we dealt with yesterday. And only that part, when you re-upload it, it goes over here into your videos. Like the horse videos. Let me get it up on screen. Like the horse videos, people can watch, comment, ask questions to be answered if we feel it is good for the next 30-minute segment. Right. Okay, one leads to the next to the next. Yeah, we'll work it out more. I thought you were talking about split, do 4 or 5 on the one of the documents that would lead towards the next series on the next document. But the first thing we got to figure out is why is that 720p maxing? So if I go to, is it in videos? And I look at, these are all the videos. There's one recording today. It says 0 KBs. So if I go to properties, and then I put yesterday's video properties on screen and go to details, you see it says it's 1280 by 720. Oh, maybe 720 is the height. I got confused. See, fatigue plays a role. So 720p is not a sadness. I think I'm getting it, but I think I set it higher than that. I have to go back and look at those settings. Look at local 720p is height 1920, I think it said 19 something is width. I forgot about that. There is a higher setting, but that's pretty good. That's high quality 720p. It's not 4K, but I am not trying to push that out of this computer and other stuff. So, how do we do the group stuff? Oh, 3, 30, ORE, group from EW equals not necessarily live group. Never know. Might get somebody. If they're gonna Patreon, if they're gonna sponsor whatever, we would have to negotiate with them. We might be able to set up Discord where you could have 3 of your people up here on the left so that they have little talky bubbles. Keeping it spicy. Close the channel content. Close yesterday video. Yep, my mind went completely wrong. Fatigue plays a role. I said 720. That's supposed to be in the thousands. No, width is in the thousands. Height. I don't remember what it said it was. It said it was much more than that, like 1440, like double that height. I preferred. I don't know. I haven't read all the rules in a long time. There was definitely a time limit, a bit rate limit, a video size limit, meaning the size of the actual file, and screen resolution limits 10 years ago when I made all those horse videos. All we need is the available Declaration of Independence. The group can be just you, George, or me talking. Then post the video and let people ask questions in the comments. No live questions. That's what I'm beginning to understand that. But anybody else we could get in, I think the more it is easier. We use it on the Institute of Peace classes. No one is in the class. They are all later at their own time and ask questions in comment. Yeah, but if anybody that you're involved with in it wanted to jump in with the three of us, then there would be the four of us. Might make it better. More eyes, more minds, more. But that's up to you. We can figure it out. And it does make it easier because if it's you, me, and George, I'll write up one of those checklists. The famous checklist. Here's the plan. Here's a note or two. There's the plan, and here's a checklist. And we stick to it, and then we document it in the log, just like we're doing now. Practicing, rehearsing, seeing what happens. The one more, and it's got to get in writing, but it's not going to get in writing today. I was just going to vent about it in frustration today. I started to yesterday, but I didn't get in it again. No more of this. I call it programmed, and I have given at length classes and discussions, and I've discussed it sort of at length in a couple of the previous live videos. This self-deprecating, self-effacing, self-disqualifying, qualification statements. It's only in my humble opinion. Always apologizing for everything. George did yesterday. He said it at the end. Sorry about speaking what was deep in his heart. And I hate it. Not you, George. If you're listening to this, no, sir. We all do it. It's another one of those. I'm not going to talk it today. The short version is they made my grandchildren around 10 or 11 years old. They absolutely knew in detail with examples what self-deprecation is because they had taught them in school that you must be. I was going to say, oh, well, I'm just stupid. Or I'm sorry, but. And George knows. I've showed it on previous streams. That's what they call deflection techniques in the police manuals. My goal is to have as many people as possible realize these documents are our citizenship, our duty, and give us the answers to protect those rights. They are afraid to read it themselves, so we walk them through it. Whether they're afraid, whether they're blind, maybe they need someone to read it to them. I don't. Yeah, it's a good idea to me. It's a productive use of And especially when you're dealing with some of the shorter ones like the Declaration, that can get done in one stream. And if it's too long, we can take the offline video version of it, clip some seconds out, and cut it in half and upload it as part one and part two to the not live version. But because this is I say programmed, and what I mean is somebody put some soapy bubbles on some brains. When they teach your 9 and 10-year-olds, and I think the youngest grandchild, because older siblings and school, and we've done this. It's another thing I probably got in trouble at the face space because I said, why can everybody else in America say something like the system, meaning systemic? They won't say the system, meaning us, the government, ourselves, or everything else about it, is racist and sexist. This There is systemic racism and sexism. Well, then you, being the system, whoever you are, whichever side of it you're on, stop it. And back before 2019, working with sweet sister Candy from El Monte, California, and her women's group of G word people. And just because that's what I was into at the time, any chance I could get. And I'm going to try to get another lady who was terrified of G words because of having G and SA at gunpoint. I'm sorry, whatever, done to her because of me and my method of training that starts with especially the women folk. And I don't care if you were born that way or not. The ones that were not are going to get much more H8 error from society than the ones that were. You better know this before you start thinking about changing your identifies as. It's a factual reality. Get over it or don't do it. But this is absolutely, and it's a game changer when you have to tell a approximately 50-year-old woman who suffered the most heinous violence to her, and she's trying to get unafraid to live in her world. And that's the kind of classes that I offer. And they start with, these are the most been that way since they were children. I call it girly girls of 100%, especially if there's men involved, are not going to ever say anything without saying, I'm sorry, but, or I don't know why I think such things, or that's what's called self-deprecation or self-effacing or self-defacing. Because of another very popular book, supposed to be full of morals, teachings, lessons, and laws, fiction or not, faithful or not, it was one of the places where I learned it. And it slings it in a way that I can understand from Jewish Sunday school and Catholic uh, school and church. Because to go to the Catholic school, you have to go. It's mandatory to the Catholic Church. It says it it being words or sentiments or statements comes out of people's mouth because that is what is in their hearts. Meaning you have been deeply, deeply programmed. See the Manchurian Candidate. Hang on, let me read the chat. I'm not going out afraid of you, or you are not going to KIA me, and we can spend this time finding a resolution. He had my secretary G word to her head, but I said let her go, and she is not going. I'm not exactly following along. To call the police, and I am the one with the power to help you. He was kind enough to put the G word to my head instead. We resolved the problems, and he thanked me. His soon becoming ex-wife was. Yep. But the first thing that absolutely reduced this poor woman who had been Tom Petty song, uh, never mind. Let me stay off the distractions. She had been abducted and held and beat with the G word and SA'd a lot. But the first breakthrough, I call it melting people. It's a thing I do, especially to the veterans, the war fighters, the tough guys. It's a thing I don't mean to. I sure don't want to. But sometimes if you are called to a thing, go to it. And if that's what you got to do it. Starting here at self-deprecation. Stop lowering your eyes. Stand up straight with your head held high. You are an equal. You are an equal human in this planet. Stop saying, I'm sorry, but. And then making jokes about Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil slings it so it sticks. When people say but to you, that means everything they said before it was a lie. And he also explains it much better that maybe you don't understand that, but try to hear Dr. Phil and me. Now, I'm saying it. I learned it the first time from an English teacher who would try to make it funny. An English professor. It was college level languages of English. Stop being a but. You say, however, comma, but know that when you say however, you mean but, and that never mind everything I just said before that or wrote before it because it was an English writing class. Stop saying that. Stop. Don't say a bunch of words and then say sorry and disingenuous or self-deprecating. Sometimes people throw that sorry at the end because they're not sorry at all. That is utterly disingenuous, and that's got to get out of your language too. Go back and see. Well, I heard somebody call somebody, and then you say the no. Don't even hint at it N-word in the company of very dark-skinned people. And then you say, sorry, it's just what I heard. No, don't do that. But definitely to undo how do you undo what your great grandparents were forced to do? Your grandparents, your parents, all your school teachers, all your preachers, teachers, and everybody in your life and your siblings and your cousins. We have all been taught. And now they don't even hide it. It's mandatory training, including proving to the teachers in the public schools that you can totally destroy yourself verbally and disqualify and discount yourself. And everybody's worried about it. So what do you label it? Communism? Wokeified? Woke? But it's insidiousness. Go back and listen to the good president's exit interview in 1961. Eisenhower's. Everybody remembers the military industrial complex, 3 words of that whole thing. If that's all you get out of it, you are so self destructive. Our client, he let her know he was going to pay for and get therapy, not fight the divorce and custody, and in the end worked out an extended family plan, both lawyers and the judge signed. My point is, I could have screamed, yelled for the police, and got my secretary and myself shout. Yes, you aren't equal. Be that equal person. Yes. And it's easy to say, but then once you get to sitting down, and sometimes it takes a one-on-one. This is easy for me to type up here and spell out, but look how long I've been talking about the one lady. And the result is that's a stepping off point that happens to me with a lot of people in my training and classes. It starts with mindset. You've got to get yourself out of that mindset that you're in any way lesser than. It's got to go. You are not. But don't try to mask in these deflection techniques, all other stuff. That lady, and one day I am going to get her to sit down with me and do the videos and get it uploaded, or maybe she'll get on live if I can get that to happen, because she has grown up and now she is a firearms instructor slash trainer and a safety officer and a range safety officer, and she participates at 1 or 2 G word competition, S word ing matches every month, and lots of people now have overcome their fear of whatever, even if all they did was go take a class and they never even bought one of their own, they used hers and overcame some kind of fear they have been built up, and maybe they learned. All they learned in their class was stop that. Well, I can't take that kind of class because I'm a girl and I'll never be able to hit anything like the side of a barn because I'm a girl, and my daddy and my grandpappy always told me girls can't do that. And all kinds of madness. And mom always said, you could break a fingernail, whatever it is, get over it. It's called empowering, and sometimes it is difficult. It's asking a child to help you help them heal. And explain sometimes people make up rules, such as always saying, I am humble and discredited. In fact, you are wonderful and unique and have a right to your own views in life. Yes, you just have to don't be an egotistical weenie like me. No, I'm kidding. Try to remain humble in it, but also, however, and I should say, and not however, don't ignore what I just said. I was not being disingenuous. And remember that you ain't the catch all end all, know it all. That's the good of these things. Why the more the merrier. And when you've decided, we've already discussed me, George, Elizabeth, and at least 3 or 4 or 5, maybe 10, I don't know. This is number 23, I think, of these things. When you've decided you've got nothing else to learn, you know all you're going to know all you care to know. Well then, good monk, go away. 'Cause once you shut your learner down, your mind, you're a closed-minded useless. And you're gonna go bark your garbage at everybody else, and no one else wants to hear it. So that's part of the. If you are listening to this, let me repeat it, George. I'm not frustrated at you. I'm frustrated at planet Earth that you felt compelled after saying your true piece, and we discussed it again today. Why I listened so carefully and typed stuff on screen and in the chat. Because when it was time for all the rest of us on planet Earth to shut up and listen, because obviously if Earth or anyone on it had tried to listen, you wouldn't be one of. It'll catch up to the lag screens in a second. We are all together the world's most frustrated inarticulates. We need to be heard, even if it's only by this guy Dean on the internet. Hop on there. Let me know in advance. I want to talk and I want you to listen. And don't you dare say anything that'll get me kicked off of my YouTube. But go ahead. I will shut up and listen. We are the League. See the Anti Nowhere League? It's a great band. It's how their first record opens up. We are together the world's most frustrated inarticulates. Ha! Not but, not however, just plain. We are together going to solve that with written plans, rules, and laws. See, some of it is getting very, very, very rough drafted here. Make sure it's now in writing again, but here recently, and I will copy paste this not only into the comment after this stream is ended, but into a Microsoft Word document that I can format and add bolds or something and update without just being text and turn off. I can make professional lowercase and bold. Take off some of my, I don't know how, maybe. I do like some punctuations. My unnecessaries. I love my quotes, double quotes, single quotes, double quotes, and parentheticals. Parenthesis. Ease. That's just me. In time, in writing. Who does what? Who goes behind me and fixes up my bad writing? Well, it all depends on who wants to sacrifice their time for it. We're going to save it. Almost a full hour longer than I said. The longest this could take was 3 hours. Lying to myself very disingenuously. But it is 6:31 on my time. I have to go order some lunch. There's a Friday lunch menu. And yes, I know. You're supposed to call it dinner or supper. I call it all lunch. And yes, somewhere in it, I will get that fine lady who overcame all those fears and now she helps others to sit down with me so we can get her in the can. I mean, on the internet, she doesn't do any of this stuff. See if she wants to Discord and have her own little green lit up circle, or sit down and share mine. This microphone George loaned me has different settings for, like, if you're sitting across the table from who you're talking with or speaking with. We'll get it figured out. More content, more important stuff, just people telling their tales. My wife finally heard what I was saying, and she might go ride out. Oh, here's the good news. Before I wrap this up, 57, 35. Oh, yeah. And another thing, our, meaning me and the wife, our 94-year-old left the, again, it's just funny talk, wordplay, old people home and went back to her old people home. A couple of days ago, our 94-year-old who was in the assistance place, the care place, they call it the home, got well enough, did enough therapies, blah, 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 to get to go to her home. She's much better off. Less anxiety, less nervousness, less crazies. We have a lot of, I know that's a very ugly thing to say, but there are some there. Truly, we have nowhere to put what are probably dangerous to themselves and other mental unwell peoples. So they end up in just the regular mixed with the elderly, disabled, and a lot of dementia, Alzheimer's. I said, back in my day, I don't know if this word still exists, senile, whatever it is. And our old people who fell down and broke their crowns or their hips or their fingers and toes, oh my, or stroke patients in recovery. There's a lot of all day, all night screaming, flinging their feces around, trying to beg, borrow, and steal tobacco's vape products and anything else. It's a very difficult place to be. And our 94-year-old is very pleased. She's very scared. Home alone is what got her in the old people home. But she's doing good. And it's taking some stress off of her, which takes some stress off of my missus, which takes some stress off of me. So that's a good news. Always end on a good news note. Super yays. Yay. Something went right. And we must cling to these less stressful, or better, joyful, 'tis the season, moments. I think that's a good punchline for the thing. What you think, Elizabeth? You ready to call it a night? 4 hours in? 4 hours, 1 minute, 30 seconds. a chat. Give her long prayers, a hug from me. Being home is much more fun. I was supposed to stay 3 months. I made it 3 weeks when my left leg and hip got replaced and a titanium bar to hold it. There's just something, even if you go on rich people vacations, there is just something about getting home, getting in your own house, in your own bitty bye. Pat had back surgery. She went on home after a few days, not months, because she kept getting up and taking care of other pets. We tried to encourage ours to get a little selfless instead of selfish. It didn't stick, but that's okay. We're not going to say maybe next time. We're going to hope not for any bad or dark or final reason. We'll hope she gets her act together and stays out of there. Yay, something doing right. Good night. Have a great meal. I am making enchiladas. And good night. Yep, we done good. I will try to get out the checklist and to-do list in writing tomorrow with a couple of hours lead time. That if that goes, it'll go in email. All right, let's go get the work done. Meaning, get the lunch ready for the significant other. So we're gonna jump off of here in 5, 4, 3,